Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Oh, what a weekend. What a weekend it has been. I have been non-stop on the grind. If you've been following on my Twitter, you'll know that I had been doing battle the entire weekend with the corset, and I finally had victory. So, yay! That is literally the state of my existence. I ate, I slept, and I rigged corset like 10 times. that is my weekend in a nutshell. I hope you guys had a little bit more interesting stuff going on in your iterations of reality. But yes, that is where we are at the moment. Today, our goal is going to be to get the idle lowered arm in place, rigged all of that madness, and based on that I might finish up with the boots as well, because the boots still need a little bit of work. That the main priority is going to be getting that lower arm in place at last, so that Cheeky actually has 2 lower arms as a foundational starting point, off of which we can then do alternative posing. So we'll get there. But today, first job is actually getting everything meshed, reordered, rigged, blah, and all of that madness. So, I'm just gonna switch my aircon off for a little bit because I'm actually freezing. Just do that for a bit. I might move that remote again. I may very well end up moving that remote in the near to immediate future. Okay. Whew. Right. So I think we should be able to hit straight in. It would help if I minimize Clip Studio, because I don't think we're gonna work in that right now. Actually, I'm gonna close it. I don't think we're gonna work in it right now. I'm not anticipating this to be the quickest of jobs in the world, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. So I think first things first, I should probably come into the nails and mesh these out, because they are going to want a little bit more detail than what they currently have. But okay, it looks like they definitely want not a cut line. Something like that ought to do the trick, yeah? Okay, next. It would help if I could see that. There we go. Alright. that's the next one. Let's go. Along those lines, like that'll do. There we go. I just want to quickly do something before I forget again. I just want to quickly add this in. Need to quickly write this thing down before I forget about it. Sorry. Because I forget things if I do not write it down immediately. I can't believe that it's almost 2026. I've only just gotten used to typing 2025. Anyway. Quickly send that out. Okay, that's that. Right, now I can concentrate again. I was busy meshing out a nail. There we go. Next is going to be you. Okay. And last one is you. Almost got this nail meshed out. There we go. Alright, so that's those in place. Now let's think. I've got to check the thumb membranes are meshed. Pinky is not meshed. Ring is not meshed. Middle is not meshed. Index is not meshed. Thumb is meshed. Okay. Notice that these are kind of low poly. Because I actually only want them to really bend at the knuckle. I don't actually want too much information everywhere else. Now let's see if I can get this shape to be a little bit less cumbersome. That ought to do the trick there, okay. Now, on this side, Now I'm specifically binding these or closing these arcs so that the system can't decide on a whim, okay, it's going to map those corners differently. There we go. So now theoretically, if I bend that, that's the way that I want it to. Okay. Now I grab all of this information, copy it, go to index inks, delete and paste. There we go. And I want to add a couple more of these bend points on the thumb for a little bit of extra control as well. Grab all of that information, copy it, thumb inks, paste. There we go. Bum. Alright. Next we need to do the same thing over here. So we're going to start with splitting knuckle, finger pad, center of palm, top of knuckle, here we go. Then top of knuckle, and over here. Okay, grab all of that, copy, middle finger inks, delete and paste. Okay, there we go. Next, There we go. Something like that ought to do the trick. There we go. It's the one knuckle. The next one. Then over here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something along those lines. There we go. Okay, that's that. Copy. Alright, come down to the ring inks. Get rid of that. Paste. Well, look. Wrong fingers. Information. But can I use this to my advantage? I mean, copy. Paste. There we go. Let's start. With that information and then edit it down. So, collapse. Rotate. Extend. Okay. Grab that lot. All right. Copy. Paste. Alright, so now all of those pieces are meshed. Now what I need to do is get that. You know what? Pull that in there. Pull those down. And then grab Toaster, thank you for the save reminder. Greatly appreciated. How are you doing? I'm doing wonderful today. Thank you for asking. Oh, that's good news. And yourself? I'm existing. I conquered the corset earlier. I am now trying to conquer hands. I'm existing. It's been a weekend of non-stop rigging. Basically, I have done nothing but eat and sleep and rig. To get to this point where things are partially functional. So, yeah. We're getting there though, slowly but certainly. Like, I'm pretty happy with how this came out. The physics are physicking. The rim light works. The bendies work. The patterns work. The shinies on the patterns work. So all in all, it was worth the effort. And that is all I can ask for, is that it's worth the effort. Although I see I've still got some things to correct in the body twist parameter, but I'll get there. I will get there. Let me just write that down. For set correct body XZ. There we go. But yeah, we are slowly but certainly plugging through. What I think is that I want the arms in their idle state. I'm gonna switch those depending on the X positions, so we're gonna grab all of that. Yep. Grab all of that. And we're gonna go to layer order of 470, 490, 480, 470. Okay, what's the upper arm part? Is also 470. We merge that down like that, or not merge it down, but just move it down like that. we should all of a sudden not have weird clipping things. Now we just need to get it to track and move along with the rest of it. So, lower arm down inks plus lower arm down fill plus all of the finger pieces like that. Those are all going to go into a warp deformer, which is going to be I'm just going to put this as low arm idle container like that. Create. Okay. Now this is all on the port arm. So this one needs to be renamed to PRT. Okay, grab this. And let's pull this up into this arm container. I want this on the arm out. So that moves along with. Perfect. Great. Next. Arm forward. I'm probably going to want to re-rig. If I even use it. But having that is not as important as having there. That. That's the more important movement for now. Okay. Starting point acquired. Now, let's do this. I want to how do I want to phrase this? Let me just check something. That sort of makes sense. That's a little bit less so. Okay. Let's just grab all of this. I want to see what happens. Pull this down in between there. Joshua, hello, hello. It is I, the great licker. I must lick and I shall lick. Ah. Well, I guess I do not know if I should thank you for being licked. I did not know I was putting myself out there as a candy apple. But welcome in. Thank you for the flowers. I appreciate it. Here's flowers as an apology. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the flowers. How are you doing, Joshua? How are you doing? I fear they are deadly allergy flowers. What? Did you know that flowers don't need to bring allergies to be deadly? Hey. Because poison flowers exist. Woohoo! Fun. Yeah, do not eat flowers randomly. You never know what's in them. Sorry, I hit the save button, so hence why I am lagging like crazy right now. I'm sick, but not too bad. Just general tired. I get it. I get it. Being general tired, I get very, very thoroughly. I get that very, very thoroughly. Oh, it happens. But I hope that you recover quickly. How big is the file size that it takes that long to save? Yes. Also, I am currently dealing with model image. Source image. That is 292 plus 64 plus 5. 361 art pieces. 361 art pieces, which is actually still pretty chill. 361 art pieces, but I am working on like a 7,000 pixel tall canvas. Just a whole yes size. Yeah. Yeah. The canvas is like 700 pixels tall. And let's not forget that amongst all of that, we've got those as well that are also hiding in there, just in case anyone forgot that those exist and are there. So yeah, it's a bit of a lot. Also, there's a lot of physics. It is a lot of bits. It's a lot of bits. It's a lot of bits. Like, I actually don't know. What is the file size on this project? Let me just check, because I'm actually curious. Apparently I had failed to hit the save button the first time, so it's not a good thing, but I'm just doing that check again. Let me just open up the file and see exactly how big this madness is. $142 megabytes. That's smaller than I expected. I suppose it's got to do with all of the back-end graphics processing that's happening as well. More likely than not, that's what's going on. Whew. I was thinking we were hitting like 300 plus megabytes. Yeah. Now, I've been trying to keep things optimized quite a bit as I've been building. So getting rid of unused art layers, etc., etc. let's just see. Yes, delete those pieces. Let's see what we're looking at our texture atlas, because I don't think I've checked that today as well. Keep up the good work. I shall be lurking about. Thank you for the lurks, Joshua. I appreciate the lurks. I appreciate the lurks very, very much. Let's see. It should be on its way to opening up the texture atlas. Hopefully. Yes, it's still got the black cursor, which means it's busy processing something. Okay. Are you going to open? Or are you going to leave me hanging? Foolishly. I wonder. Okay, it is opening. Woohoo! Great. That means we come over here, go to this page, place those ones down, auto layout, okay. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. And thus we wait for a little blue line to crawl across the screen the umpteenth time in this process. I think it's time for a hydrate. Everyone, acquire your nearest staple consumption beverage and let's take a sip. StreamerBot still won't open, so I don't have timers at the moment. Again. Because every time I have to set timers manually, I forget to restart them after they've gone off. So a manual restart is not an ideal scenario for me at the moment. So I'm still trying to find an alternative automation to handle that while we are figuring out what is wrong with StreamerBot. Let me see. Have I got something that I can use? Does this have a... Does this thing have an auto restart? Nope, that ain't gonna do the thing. That ain't gonna do the thing. Okay. I'm not finding anything that's going to be marginally useful, so I'm gonna just have to do it and remember to actually hit the button. But first, let me let Chaos get out the room. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Chaos Cat is out the room. Timer start. Okay. Let's see if I'll remember to switch it back on later. I don't know which one of these is not supposed to be here, but okay. I'm not going to think about this right now. Collapse that. Collapse that. Collapse that. Let's focus on what we're actually supposed to be focusing on, which is this arm. Okay, so let's go with over here. Inside this container, we need a warp deformer, which is going to be is X. And this is going to be 2 and 2, and that's going to be 1 and 1. Because this is just going to rotate slightly and transform slightly. Create. Okay. Ready fizz. Okay, then. Like that. Also needs to be a blend shape. Okay. Then the X on arm X. Like that. It's super subtle, but it needs to be. Because it's going to be compounding. Like that. Okay. Create. Y. Create. Make height. Okay. Now what I want to do is on top of all of this. Grab these both. Put this into A. Is X. Rotation. If there's Y rotation. Here we go. So on arm Y, this is going to do that. Okay. And here, that's gonna be something along those lines. Now, what is happening here? That is a texture atlas issue. Eck. I'll fix the texture atlas later. Let's just check how this is behaving over here. Okay. It is not liking real time. While I am trying to encode for video. Also, add X or X add okay, we've got how many joints? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's start with 5. Okay. Then we're going to add pardon. Collapse that. Collapse that. Basically, thank you. Let's see. Input is going to be body input. Okay. Test. Okay. I definitely feel like I'm going to tone this down quite significantly. So let's start by grabbing all of these and making those. Eh. 8.5 instead of 9.5. And grab all of those and make those 20 instead of 10. That looks better already. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to edit these. So it's going to be edit. This is going to be arm up X arm up X. Okay. Edit parameter arm up Y arm up Y. Okay. Then the next one is going to be low X, copy, paste, blend shape. Okay. Paste Y, paste Y, blend shape. Okay. Next is going to be wrist X, copy, paste, blend shape. Okay. Paste wrist Y, copy, paste, blend shape. Okay. One X, copy, paste, blend shape. Okay. Paste Y, paste Y, blend shape. Okay. Or 2X, copy, paste, blend shape. Okay. Paste Y, paste Y, blend shape. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So there's only one. So paste, knuckle, 3X, copy, paste, blend shape. Okay. Paste Y, paste Y, blend shape. Okay. So in terms of our physics, that should be all of the parameters we need for the arms. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our lower arms here, and this physics we're going to move from up to change. We're going to go to arm low X. This is Y. We're going to go from up Y to change low Y. There we go. Now we come in here again. We come to our output settings. Add. Low Y, wrist, knuckle. No, we're just looking at X's, we're not looking at Y's. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm not rotating the arm inwards on the low wires, because I don't actually think I want that sort of a movement here. I don't want to have the arms sort of breaking a concept of you know, a single directional pivot on the elbow. And with the way that the arm is shaped, it sort of sells that it could pivot outwards a little bit. Especially if I do something clever with the fingers, because at the moment the I suppose actually now that I look at it again, it almost makes sense for it to be more inwards. Something like that ought to work. Okay. We haven't started on the hand yet, so let's ignore the fact that the hand still looks weird. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's just put this on 15 and see it doesn't actually make it easier to see what's going on because of less processing power. Okay, it looks like it's working. It's not looking like it's gonna break. As far as I can tell with that low frame rate. One moment please, I just need to quickly handle something. very, very, very much need to not get sick right now. I really, really, really need to not get sick right now. But I've spent 3 days in aircon, so I can't exactly say I'm surprised. Okay, so now we take all of that and we go wrist X, create, and on top of that, wrist Y, create, shrink it down, shrink it down. Okay, wrist X. Next, yeah. Okay, check. Of course the Y wouldn't work, I haven't yet built that thing. Let me just quickly do this. Build this one fizz Y. Okay. Find it. Yes. Okay. Posing. Check. Already so much more movement in that. Even in low frame rate, we can see it. So much more life in it. Okay. Slowly but steadily, we're getting somewhere. Slowly but steadily, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Next, I want to go from the pinky forward, I think. gonna go from the pinky forward, put those in physics, and then we will fix the nails after everything else we know works. Okay. So first things first, let's hide the nails. And let's hide... no. And go to our inks groups. And let's go, create deformer. And that is a hydrate reminder, so everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. I need to stand up and fetch more water. Because that's not going to last me the next hour. Okay. I did remember to start the timer again. Hold up, just need to check real quick over here. Okay, never mind that. Okay, so this is going to be Yankee. Oh no, this is going to be physics. Really no reason to be extra about how I'm going to put it together. And we've got how many segments? 1, 2, 3, 4 segments. Show the... that is going to be... like that. One, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I'm not completely daft. Lovely. That's always a nice thing to discover. Okay, and some reason it made 2. Some reason it made 2. Okay. While. Okay. Now what we do is we link these to what we see in the mesh. Okay, this one is almost lined up correctly. Okay, so now what we do is we grab those, create the formers. Knuckle 3 is going to refer to the last one. What I want to do is I want to hide everything on top. So that I can come over here and just do this a thorough once over. Come on. This needs to be practically a 90 degree. Oh no, wait, it doesn't need to be a complete 90 degree. Why? Because this is just the physics. This isn't bend. This isn't a bend for articulation. So paste. Copy, paste. Alright, so that's the new default on that knuckle. Then the next one. That is at its most extended. So the next most extended for the middle point the at ease middle point is going to be something along those lines, and the bend position is going to be something like that. Let's just turn that down ever so slightly. That'll do the trick, okay? And then the same goes over here. That's the point of absolute extension. I'm going to need to update this because it's not entirely right. At ease, it's gonna need to be something like that. And in the negative, it's gonna be somewhere here-ish. Okay, so if this is the new address, copy, paste, paste. Okay, come back to defaults. Because I managed to destroy this. Clear it. Clear it. Clear it. Modeling. Edit form, revert to original. Okay. Firstly, get you out of there, you go away. You guys. That. Right, then this side we're going to do the same sort of a thing. Move that down. Move that across to that side. Something along those lines. Okay, last one. You're good there. You come that way. You go there. You go there. Check. You go there. Okay. Either this is going to work or it's going to be very, very daft. One of the two. Okay. So let's start with knuckle 1. Grab the entire thing. The entire thing. Okay. Rotate it. To this position. Okay, knuckle 2. Grab a lot of it. Come over here. There we go. Knuckle 3. Grab those two. There we go. Now, the entire resting state needs to shift, because that is what we want for our extended state. So our resting state, we want to grab that sort of information and go 1, 2, 3, copy, paste, undo, because why? I had vertices selected, which I did not want. Come back, 1, 2, 3, copy, paste, okay. So now what we need to do is we need to grab this information. Or did I do the dumb again? I think I did. Hold on. Yes, I did indeed do the dumb. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this information here, copy it, come over here, clear that. Okay. Paste. 4, 3, 3. And 3. There we go. Now at that point, if we go revert to original, nothing will happen. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, ignorable. Bye Prime, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. What's good? Well, we are surviving, that's a good start. We are in the process of figuring out hand rigging for some physics on the fingers. Yep. Okay, so first knuckle set, second knuckle. On this side. No, don't deselect. Okay, that works on that one. Lastly, they call them fingers, but I've never seen them thing. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Unless you call them fingers because you use them to grab the things. That's now the idea. Maybe, maybe. Well played, Miss Citadel. I am glad you could appreciate that. If ever there was a moment to bring in the accent for a little bit of humor, I felt that that was it. But that little alarm was a hydrate reminder, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. Let's take a sip. I need to go and top up the water after this because it is gone. What the... There we go. Okay, let's just see if this is going to behave like how I want it to behave. I know to ignore the thumb membrane that is floating in the middle of nowhere for now. But yes, that is behaving like how I want it to behave. Yay! That looks arguably organic. That looks arguably organic. Hooray! Victory for the first one. Awesome. Now what I can do is I can copy it, paste it, move all of these down, so this one goes, change to knuckle 1Y, restart the timer before I forget again, change to knuckle 2Y, change to knuckle 3Y, okay, change this one to fizz Y, okay, pinky into fizz Y, over here, check both, fizz Y, increase output, yes. Oh. Input settings. That one goes away. This one goes body Y. Effective 40. Output settings, reset magnification, yes. I don't like that. Reset magnification, yes. I don't like the double warp that's happening here. You know what? I'm going to take the physics Y off of the fingers. I'll leave it on the wrists, but I'll take it off of the fingers. Because I do not like that wobbly, liquidy thing that's happening over there. Technically, I could resolve that with skinning, I suppose. Instead of using warp deformers for this, switch to using rotation deformers. From the wrist down. Is that gonna impact on body angles? Not really. Not really. So I can get away with it. Okay, but I will switch to skinning and rotation deformers after this. So let me do this. I'm going to grab all of that, clear it. At least I know more or less where I'm going with this now. So, grab all of that, clear it. Pull those two out. Grab those two, be gone with them. Grab those two. Modeling, edit form, revert to original. There we go. Create. NP 1. Create. NP 2. Create. NP 3. Create. Cool. Yeah. Scale that down. Origin point is gonna live about here. Think 2. Origin point is gonna live about here. Scale that down. Scale that down, it doesn't need to be huge. Scale that down, it doesn't need to be huge. Pinky 1. Scale down. Scale down. Rotate. Shrink. Okay. Clear that. Skinning. You know what? I need to undo because I need a fourth one. I need a fourth one at the palm side of the hand. I need a fourth one at the palm side of the hand. Alright, then we go down here into our skinning. Okay, so now if we check here, more or less, more or less, more or less, okay. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to adjust our blue. My favorite thing. Joy. Okay. Undo that. No, undo, undo. I just broke the thing. I just broke the thing. I just broke it so desperately badly. Oh man, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh boy. This is getting really messy. No. Oh boy. Yeah, no. This is not gonna fly. This is not gonna fly. Let's think. Weight painting in 3D. This is not. Good grief. You must know when one equates weight painting as easier. Ish. Legitimately, I found it easier to do weight painting in PMX editor circa 2015. And what I'm currently fighting with Blue. Let's just go back. I'll put it on the x-axis and begone with the y parameters. I think that's what I'm going to do. While that's catching up with me on all of the undos, I am going to quickly fetch more water. I will be back momentarily. Okay, we're back. And I'm still trying to undo things. Water is required. Go. All of the undos. All of the undos. And so wait. For it to catch up with us again. Undo. 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 Okay. So now we take this X out, this Y goes away. Those go away, we're not going to use them, yes. Those should be functional again. And that works. So yeah, we're just going to ignore physics Y on fingers. That's how we're going to handle it. Wrist, yes. Fingers, no. Simple and as complicated as that. Next. Same deal with the ring finger. Or this one. Ring X. Create. I can change the number of divisions, etc. in a moment. Why have you got two things? Because you've got the wrong inks involved. This one I need to rename to E, this X so I can see. Now that's a bit more uniform. Okay. Now here we need 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Here, just adjusting our deformer accordingly. Okay, beyond it, like so. Okay. 4 of those. Something like that ought to do the trick. Toaster, I have achieved! Yum yum! Yay! I hope it was tasty. Okay, I am reassessing how I'm handling my layer ordering thing. Because I do not want these lines to merge together like this. Very much so. It's pizza today, so I'm happy. Ooh, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's always a winner. Okay. And I will adjust these. So, that's what I want to do. I want to shrink that down. Like that. Okay. So within the greater scheme of the whole hand, we should now get a nice effect. Yay. Okay. Now let's see if we can rearrange our vertices according to our knuckles a little bit more appropriately. I want you there. I want you in the middle. I want you on this edge. Over here. Okay. This side. Same sort of a deal. Alright, next. Wait, you are wrong. You need to be up more. Otherwise you're not going to function properly. There we go. You need to be a little bit further that way. Next, you park over here. Oi. You over there. You over there. Slide that in. There we go. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Ooh. That'll do the trick. Okay. And here. Alright, so that should now put us in actually, clear it. Clear it. Before I do that, I want to set a fresh default position. Let's just test that it will actually work. So at ease. It's gonna look something. Not entirely dissimilar to that. But I do not like how thick that is. So let's scale that back. There we go. Okay. Now we put that in place here. Grab that. be something like that. Okay, let's just tweak this just a smidge. Okay, that's that one. Next, this rotation back into a more default state. There we go. Now let's see what I can do about this knuckle. Soften that a little bit. There we go. That works. Okay. Last one. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now if we test it together, hopefully it'll work. Those two. Okay, pinky and ring finger look like they're functional. Okay. That's a step in the right direction. Yay! Oh, that's a step in the right direction. Okay. I've still obviously got to put the fingernails in there. Yay. Yes, you can't see them at the moment, but let me just drop that in there so that I can place and correct those later. Save, thank you. Let's do just that. Yes, delete unused source image. It would help if I hit the start button on my manual hydrate timer because we still haven't gotten the streamer bot working. Still have no idea why it's broken. that way was one of pain and old struggles? A little bit. However, it was better than trying to do it with skinning and rotation deformers and glue. So you know what? I will gladly forfeit the y-axis physics and make our warp deformers do this really weird black magic. So this is going to be middle, this is X, create, okay, hide the nail because it's going to get in the way otherwise. We want 4 of those. Okay, then we're going to place along all our major movement points. Of course, I'm going to get good at this right as I'm done, because that's how this sort of thing works. Okay, next we go to our inks over here. We grab those 3, we scale those down. More. Drop that over there. Okay. Now, we go, well, right there. Put you in the middle. Put you on the edge. Same with those 2. Grab like so. There we go. Next, grab you two. Okay, that works. That works, that works, that works. Slowly but certainly, we're getting good at this. Okay. Now, put this into... Firstly, we're gonna go copy. No. Ignore. Ignore. What nonsense did I just press buttons with? Okay, never mind that lot. Okay. Create the new default. There we go. I might need to adjust the default on the ring. Hold it. Yeah, it needed that. It needed that. It was not quite where it needed to be. And the pinky needs to close more, and the maximum there as well. That's all refinement I can do after getting everything more or less in place. Now we grab all three of those, put a parameter on it. Okay. Middle one. Go. That works. Next. No. Straighten it out again. Incorrect. Incorrect. This one. Straighten out. Like that. And here. that in. Soften the knuckle. Okay. Last one. There we go. Let's think. Is that keeping the volume consistent? No. That needs to move that way a smidge. Okay, so that explains it. I've got to then carry changes from here, here, and to here. All right. Let's check. Oh yeah, this is probably the first time you guys are all seeing the fruits of the last 3 days' labor on the corset. While I'm looking at hand physics. Wolf Lady Harrier returns. Not quite. I've not got it on tracking with me. I've got it following my mouse at the moment. Because otherwise it takes way too much processing power while streaming. I've confirmed that the facial tracking works, so I don't really need it anymore at this stage, as far as the testing goes. As far as at the stage that we're at it, anyway. We'll see how it goes when I get to the point where I need to start bringing it into VTube Studio. Because then it will be legit wolf. Lady Harrier because I'm totally going to be in cosplay for a bit while I do the tests. Because I gotta load her into my own VTube studio. And that's gonna be wild. Okay. Looks like it's behaving itself. Okay. Now, let's see. Those three. Show you two. Index X. Create. There we go. Let's shrink this down. And this is going to be 4. And 4. One. 2. 3. 'Okay, next. Let me put that on 12. Grab those. Shrink them. Drop them over here. Shrink them more. Same here. Grab those. Shrink them. Drop them over there. Shrink them more. These. Wait. Okay, now we grab you. And you. And collapse you. And it would help if I actually had the correct key held down while I was doing that so that I don't accidentally destroy things. because that's less than ideal. Obvious reasons. I hope it's obvious anyway why accidentally destroying things is less than ideal anyway. Session, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? There we go. Got that again? Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. I think it's time for another save. Shave. I'm good, just working out money for Christmas and finding ways to help my idea for the model funds. I see. I see. I just want to copy something over here quickly. Actually, no, I'm going to put that over here. Okay. Should be okay. Minimize that. Okay, I don't need that open. Okay, right. Almost there. Step number next is set the new default. Step number next is set the new default. This default is going to be a little bit out of rhythm, because that helps get a more organic look, and generally one's index finger does separate slightly from the rest. So that makes sense. Just a wee bit over there. Okay. Okay, as far as the individual finger shapes go, I'm happy, but I'm not happy yet with the posture, which is something I'm going to adjust when I adjust the finger placements individually on the body x-axis rotation. So that's how I'm going to handle it, because at the moment, I'm not entirely satisfied with this posture, now that I look at it. It's like I want that to be my default, and just get something a little bit more feminine out of this, because this is currently a very masculine hand posture per default. Which I can't say is an ideal match. So I'm gonna go copy here. No, first copy here, paste there. Copy here, there. This one. Rotate like that. Okay, let's just do a quick test, because I'm feeling self-conscious. This hand is going to need to shrink overall. I'll do that on the wrist rotation deformer, because it's looking a bit too large and masculine. And for cheeky, that is not what we are looking for. We are looking for dainty and feminine. We'll get there. And that is our hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. My wanted poster is almost done. Ooh, excitement, excitement. Is that... I detect a distinct marketing potential with that. The bounty is set for $4 million. Oh wow. Yeah, I could do with that in the bank account. No kidding. I don't know about marketing potential, but I do want to present it to someone for fun. Huh. For funsies is a good enough reason to make something, I suppose, so... However you engage with it, I hope you enjoy it. Okay, we're almost there. No, undo. Sheesh. Okay. Let's check. Mostly okay. Now we just need to do an adjustment to the individual placement according to the x-axis. So lapse, lapse, lapse. Okay. I will do the last, but I just want to get these to behave themselves. So this is going to be index x, which has no purpose aside from just moving it up and down across the hand, middle, x, 2, 2, create. Undo, because it made another one for some obscure reason. Be gone with you. Ring X 2 2. And it did the same thing. Be gone with you. And Pinky X. Two, create. Okay. Here. All right. So the one that's probably going to be that around which everything pivots is going to be our middle finger. So it actually isn't going to have an X parameter now that I think about it. Why? Because the middle finger is always basically the center point for all of your other rotations, so that one goes away. So, on body move, we're now going to take all of those and apply that to the body X parameter, so that as the body rotates, we see the fingers in different positions, supposing that the curvature of the hand is viewed from a different angle. So, how is that going to be perceived here? So, actually, undo. I do want to have a x-axis parameter for the middle finger for the purpose of rotating as need be. Come on. Catch up with me, please. There we go. So, on the body X, this one is the wrong one. For some reason, it selected the physics parameter, not the actual x parameter. What I wanted to do here is I actually wanted to tilt that down. Here. The index, I want this to be more on top. This one, I want the ring to be more or less there. And I want the pinky closing the gap over here. So now we split the anatomical difference as is required. For this to make sense. Like that. No. Let's see if I can get this positioning better. There we go, that works. That works. The only point somewhat troublesomeness is over here, as we're busy flipping over. But if I go copy, and paste, and go extended interpolation, and ellipse, and 3. And let me try getting rid of that one first. Okay, I do need something there. I need to bridge that gap. I do need to bridge that gap. Okay, but for now let's just test again, because testing is important and helpful and gives us an idea of how we're actually looking. Okay, that's mostly working. Mostly working. It also already looks more feminine just by nature of not being upper palm forward the whole way through. Or by default, rather. Hand is getting there. The idle hand is definitely getting there. Slowly but certainly. Okay. So now we need to figure out I'm going to put this on linear because I don't think I'm going to want this interpolation. At what point is that furthest away? About there. So, up until this point, it's the pinky that closes the gap. So, what I could potentially do is over here. Grab that point, copy, paste. To keep it closed. No, that's not going to do anything. Insignificant, because it's still doing a weird choppy thing. What weird choppy thing is it doing? That's a bit better. Dial it back just a smidge. There we go. That's a nice smooth rotation on the upper hand. Okay, I'm happy there. I'm happy there. Oh! Stretching time! Stretching time! Yeah. Okay. Some blood in the legs. I have been here majority of the day. I did physics on the corset, and I started fixing the boots, which I'm still in process with. But yes. Phew. We're getting there. Okay, I'm happy with that line. I'm happy with that line. Alright. Victory. So the next thing we need to figure out is going to be the thumb. Because the fingernails are also going to operate based off of the body X, relative to where their position is on the physics parameters. I don't know, should I do that now? Should I do that now? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let me just have another look quick. I just want to check something. Okay. I am not satisfied that the full extension is fully extending enough. Like, even the full extension is looking a little bit too curled now. Anatomica, hello, hello. How's the model coming? So far, so good. We are starting to get to the point where the end is in sight. We are currently working on rigging the idle positions and physics on the hand. Earlier today I started working on the boot as well, so we've got physics happening on the boot now, which still needs to get flipped over because we are also putting that on a stance, so obviously that's not yet done, but basically when the feet are standing wide we want toes pointing out a little bit, so I'm still working on that in the background so that when we are in the cutlass down position, which I'm using those parameters to copy paste from, it will look not like stilts. But yeah, I managed to conquer the corset, which is helpful. So we've now got all of our shinies in, we've got our ribbon physics working, we've got our lighting on that whole thing working, we've got our rim light working, so happiness is on the corset front. Took a couple of attempts to get it right, but we're pretty much there. There's just one little issue in this in-between phase, right there underneath the arm that I'm not satisfied with, but I will figure it out yet. So yeah, we are currently working on the arms to get all of the fingers responsive for physics and rotations, which is going pretty well so far. We've made really, really good progress. How have we been streaming for 3.5 hours? What? What? Wait. Where did 3 hours go? Where did 3 hours go? What? Huh? I'm confuzzled, but okay. I'm not going to dwell on that for too long. How? Okay. Anyway, so it's going pretty well, I think. We are steadily making our way through each part to get it adequately put together. All of the movements that it needs to do, and yeah, we're getting there, So this is going to be thumb, X, and this is going to be 4 and 4, create, and it's going to make 2, of course it's going to make 2. Yep, I'm not wrong. Also, that is time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. At this point, now that I see the time, I'm going to switch on my timer for the next hydrate, switch on the aircon, so that my computer doesn't fall over, hit the save button, and I'm very quickly going to make myself another cup of coffee. Because I am not going to be getting one from family member at this time of day. I shall be back momentarily, so that at the next hydrate we can caffeinate and survive the last 2-hour shift. Or hour and a half by the time we get there. So, I will see you momentarily. Alright, I return. I return. So, sadly, there wasn't enough for a full thermal flask of coffee. In the flask, there wasn't enough water. So, what I have is concentrated, which I wonder if that isn't maybe better. Is it actually warm this time? It's a bit lukewarm. It's a bit lukewarm. This kettle was boiled about 4 hours ago. The kettle was boiled 4 hours ago, and it was approximately a cup and a half of water left in the flask. So it's like lukewarm. It's lukewarm. Okay, slightly warmer than lukewarm. So, you know, I always wondered, where does the term lukewarm come from? Who is Luke and why is he warm? That is, in fact, a good question. Let us ask. Okay, according to Etymo Online, which is an etymology site of some description, lukewarm is based off of obviously the old word warm, but Luke is from a Middle English look, based off of the writing I see there, which means tepid. It's a word of uncertain origin, perhaps from an unrecorded Old English look, which is cognate with the Middle Dutch or Old Frisian look, meaning tepid or weak. An unexplained variant of the chlo, adverb for warm, from Proto-Germanic chloas, or from the Middle Dutch or Old Frisian words. Old English also had uluk, uleg, which made tepid or lukewarm, which survived in Middle English as ulak. In Middle English, lukewarm was a parallel form to lukewarm. Other now obsolete formations were luke hot, late 14th century, or luke hearted, circa 1500. Huh. Once again, it's the English language doing weird things again. Yes. And it's got to do with the fact that this is probably something from way, yeah, we're dealing with archaic language. When was the vowel shift? When was the vowel shift? The Great Vowel Shift was a series of pronunciation changes in the vowels of the English language that took place primarily between the 1400s and 1600s. So it's basically an archaic remnant of English's Germanic heritage. It's wild. It's wild. Linguistics is very interesting. I wish I knew more about it. All the way back about 700 years ago? Yep. Yep. It's been a long time coming. Like, there are some archaic words that are just so very, very useful. Lukewarm being one of them. But there are so many that kind of fell out of use, but if you find them, they're actually just so delicious that you wish that more people understood what they meant, so that you could actually still use them in conversation. Because there are some archaic words that are just fun. Or oddly specific vocabulary. But in any case, this I want to rename to just X. Put that on 2, put that on 1. Well, now we know the origin for one archaic word, yes. Oh, this one needs to be 3. Because the thumb is a weird one. The thumb is a weird one. It's only about those joints. And this one, even though it's a joint, doesn't necessarily behave like one. Okay, so then that is going to become 9. Also, if anyone who has any background in linguistics ever watches this VOD and cringes at my attempt to pronounce these old English words, I apologize. I apologize so thoroughly. I have not studied this. Like, the sounds of old languages fascinate me, but I can't say that I'm knowledgeable about them. It's one of the reasons why Welsh is on my linguistic wish list, is because it's such an old language. It sounds old, and it's gorgeous, and it's delicious. Yes, I know I've said the word delicious in relation to language twice this day, but it's a very useful word in relation to the behavior of the sound. It's just satisfying. Okay, so we are almost there with our thumb. Okay, now this needs... This is pretty much in exactly the idle state I want it to be as far as the minimum stretch. So I'm gonna go straight into our exaggerations. And for these, I'm actually going to invert them. In terms of direction. To get a natural curl to the behavior. Okay, next. Alright, last one. Okay, now we test to see how that actually behaves in practice. Do I want to stick with that or not? I like it, but I need to tone something down. Specifically that. Really? I know it's still clipping into the pinky lines, because they're technically in the same organizational structure still. So let me think here. Unless I do this and actually just pull it up. Take this. Like that. Okay, that's doing the trick. Now, this thumb membrane is still obviously got to be made to not be the straight peg. It's got to actually move in accordance with what's happening around it. But it is serving its job. So now, what we do is firstly rotate the thing, because it's not right at the moment at all. Like that. Into its default position. Okay, then here, what we're going to do is we're going to go thumb, membrane. I'm just going to go TM X. Create. And that's going to specifically be allocated to that. So that we can spread and narrow here. and compress down like that. That behaves handishly. That's behaving handishly. That is not a word. That's fine. Okay. So now we need another deformer, which is going to be TMX create. Which is going to be on the body X. And over here. That is gonna wait like that. Here it can pretty much stay as is. There we go. So now the hand actually moves and behaves. Wait. The thumb and pinky don't clip into each other. I am back, and I need to figure out how to get different ads. I don't want launchable ads or any ads that pertain to children. Yeah, unfortunately, I do not know how ads are determined on the site. It's like, from our side, we've got like zero control over what kinds of ads get attached to our channels. Which really sucks. Like really sucks. But it's one of those things that we fight with. Like this. If I had the means to gift subs to people so that you didn't have to sit through ads, I would, but I don't, sadly. Okay, just shrinking it a bit would already immensely help with it looking overly masculine. So now all I need to do is daintify the wrist to match. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. this coffee is going down well now. Although I'm going to finish it because it's just now at the pivoting point of between being drinkably warm and being uncomfortably cold. Okay, how's this behaving now? That little scale adjustment does help plenty in terms of getting it more feminine. Now, let me see what I can do about this still being too obvious. Okay, now I can't see it at that small scale. Great! I am happy with that lower arm now. I am happy with that lower arm now. Awesome, 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 awesome. Victory. Victory. So now, what we need to do so this is going to be low arm idle PRT because it's the port side. And I'm going to call that viz. No, undo. Viz port. Because we might put a visibility toggle on that. Now what we do is we go select child objects. Not yet, because I haven't done the nails. I have not yet done the nails. But for all else, let's come over here and start sticking these things on. Shoo, 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 shoo. what we're gonna do is we're gonna hide everything, set the thumb for now, and we're going to go. It is in the physics, so it should move alongside, yes. What I want to do is I want to place, and because these are literally only being affected by the body X parameter, I think I am comfy with these being, you know, directly rigged, not in a parameter. Just say unleash. I want to do this. I want to copy this, paste it, pull it down, multiply down to black, create a line art layer, make water. I don't need 16, I need like 5. Need 1. Create. Pinky nail X. Ready? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to slap that into the body X. And over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go to over here. Okay, slowly but certainly. Now what we're going to do is we're going to copy that. Paste it there. Wait. Copy that. Paste it there. There we go. Almost got it. Want to narrow this down slightly more over here. Okay, there we go. First nail in place. First nail in place. Lovely. It works. It works. It works. It works. Next. We're gonna put you upright. Like that. And we're gonna go copy. Paste. Ring nail 2 comes down 1. Multiply color to black. Let's get it up. Grab both. Ring nail X. Five. 1, 2, create. Alright. Let's do this. Otherwise, this is not going to end well at all. Okay, almost there. Now let's just press that down like that, so that we stand a snowball's chance of being able to get anywhere with this. Undo. Put that on this. Delete all keys. Place them now. Undo. Come on. Catch up with me, please. Okay, almost there, almost there, almost there. Okay, save button sounds like a good idea right now. Save button sounds like a very good idea right now. There you go. Next. Oi, oi, oi. Undo, undo. Let me try this. That ain't gonna work. Middle one. Middle male X 5 and 5 2 1 create. Undo. Wow. Read it. Read it. Come on. Fine. You know what? Try this again. Try it again. Now what are you doing? Ugh. There are a few things that frustrates me is when I typo a keyboard shortcut, because I've got no idea what it's trying to do when it executes. Okay, middle. Male X 5 58 5 5 2 1. How many more times am I going to make this default? Excuse you? Are you telling me that you do not flippin' ay ay ay. This should not be so complicated, guys. This should not be so complicated. And if redo actually worked, it would be lovely. Okay, now 5, 5, 2. Why do you do that? Why? Why do you do that? That's disgusting. Sis. How wholly unnecessary. Ugh. Like, just why? Why? Do you turn gross in your shapes? Seriously, it should not be this freaking difficult to get things to go straight. So that you can actually work with them. And my mouse with its phantom clicks does not help either. Took long enough to get to this point on this one. Okay. If all is well, I will be done molding for today. So now let's go copy, paste, flatten more. There we go. Took long enough, but we finally got that one. Yay! Although it is still not looking right at that point. Or maybe that's just my relationship with fingers in general. It's busy talking. Okay. Let's just flatten that out ever so slightly, because I'm not liking the bulginess of that. Okay, and I know I'm still missing index finger. Just to check my sanity on this. They look too clawish for my tastes. I'm concerned. I know some people like the gold. Does not look right. Does not look feminine. This one is still wrong. But it might just be my relationship with fingernails talking. Ish. Okay. Shiro, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Ugh. I knew it was never gonna go easy. You doing the nails also? Yeah, I'm doing the nails too. It doesn't look complete without fingernails, sadly. Like, under normal drawing circumstances, I usually won't bother, because it's what I would consider an omissible detail 90% of the time. However, that is not the case. Yeah. So, here we are. I'm okay. It was a relaxed day of socializing yesterday at a sushi event. Oh. Fun. You got Mondays off. Lucky. How are you? I've been molding. I've been molding today a little bit, with things breaking repeatedly. But we've had a couple of victories, so we're getting there. Also, the lower arm in its idle state is almost done, so... And I got sushi, so yum. Ooh, nice. I legitimately cannot remember the last time I had sushi. It's just so expensive. It's because it's fashionable. That's why. It's a fashionable food. Come on, if we can get this regular, I would be very, very happy. Or at the very least, regular enough to actually be usable. It is, that's why having an event where you make it and get to eat the ingredients for a very low price was nice. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, when you get an opportunity like that, then it's nice to be able to take advantage of it. Also, I like your glasses. They shine pretty when you move. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very proud of how my glasses rig came together. It was terrifyingly easy to put together. Like, you would be baffled at how easy it was to actually make the glasses nice and shiny like this. Kind of mimics the light coming off of the screens, which is nice. Okay. Now, this time, you should be centerable in the deformer. Nice. Okay. Finally. Copy. Paste. Really? That seems like a hard thing to do? It's actually terrifyingly very, very simple. So, let me use this nail here as an example, because I'm basically doing a thing with that anyway. Or no, not the fingernail. One moment, please. Let me just quickly put this as a outline around here, and then I will show you with the finger because it's useful in that way. I can show you quickly to have a black object right here. So in order to make the glasses shiny, one needs to have the lenses in, or the lens shape in solid black. The lenses need to be a shape in solid black. And then what you do is, I'm just going to hide the index fill, and I'm going to hide that line out there for a second. A black object like that, you're then going to take to this blend mode and put it on additive. And when it goes into additive, it goes completely and disappears like that. And then, if you take your color layer, which in my case would be the shine on the glasses, which has a bit of blue and a bit of green and a bit of yellow in there and a little bit of white, if you make that an additive as well, and clip that down, you get this lovely shiny effect that clips to the black object beneath. So if, for example, I then take that and I clip that down to, where is, and where is it going to be? Which group? Which group? This is index. I think it's this one. It's this one, I think. I can't remember. It's got to be one of these, right? And it's not. Grab this one's ID. Paste there. Enter. Yeah. So now it clips down, and then it only appears the shiny on the area where the black object was. And that's how I got the shinies on my glasses. And I forgot to switch on my timer again, which is, at this point I shouldn't even be surprised that I forgot to switch on my timer again. Now I'm just going to hit the undo button very carefully until such time. You're putting an iridescent pearly coat on something black, but you have a border and it only appears on the black part. Sorry, I needed to convert that to actual physical painting things to make sure that I understand. Yeah, basically, yeah. If I can convert it even further into the concept of how can I phrase this? It's like you have a flashlight that you are trying to shine on a piece of paper. but you're shining it through a stencil to get the shadow shape you want. That's basically what we're trying to do with that. Just being very careful with my undos here. Okay, so now those two belong together. Now this one I made big again because this is my outline. There we go. Now, yeah, we place it arbitrarily there. 3 keyforms. Let's start in the middle. Start by making it narrow. Putting that on 2. Add a bit of bend. Pull that down. Add a bit of bend. Rotate. Okay. Copy. Paste. Now it should let me zoom out sooner or later. It should let me zoom out. There we go. Just all of the way. There we go. And now here we make that even narrower still. Add a bit more curve over here. So only where the light can pass, where it's black on the thing, got clipped to the shape through the stencil here. Yeah. Yeah. So the black part basically acts as the stencil. The black part acts as the stencil, and the light only appears through that stencil, essentially. I wanted to ask, she's a pirate? Yes, she is indeed a pirate. It's impressive you do every nail individually. It's a little bit insane. Yeah. Look, as far as rigs go, this is still pretty tame on the insanity front. I will be very honest. It's still quite tame as far as advanced information goes. Like, it's not a beginner level rig, but it's also not one of those competition level rigs, if I could phrase it that way, at this point in time. And a fluffy tail! 2 fluffy tails! Which I've still got to animate. Doing! There's going to be the option to have those raised as well. And also, one of my favorite bits. Ta-da! The magical wings. Which I'm really, really satisfied with. I'm probably going to... I'm still figuring out exactly how I want these to behave in practicality. Yep. 2 tails. And wings. And I'm really, really chuffed with these wings. So yeah, we're getting there. You are a burb alien, so extraterrestrial, so it figures you like the wings. Yeah, I have a thing for wings. I definitely have an undisputed thing for wings. Way, way, way too many of my original characters have wings. In one way or another. They're just too pretty, and I enjoy drawing them too much. Okay, let me just test that so that I can see how it behaves properly here. She's very much not the creature I thought she was. I thought she was a fox, maybe a kitsune, but 2 tails and wings. Yeah, she is, okay, if she's giving off fox, that means I need to shrink the ears a little bit, because she's supposed to be more wolf than fox. By the way, is her hand supposed to be behind the fabric? Yes, in this case, yes. I don't necessarily want her arms going in front of her body at this point, because then it might look a little bit, how can I phrase this kindly, gorilla-ish. I don't want that. I don't want that, especially when she goes like that. Having the arms kind of behind the fabric gives the sense that she's holding them a little bit elevated, which is helpful in keeping a little bit more of a feminine look. Okay, so the last thing that I need to do this day, before I can safely call it a night, is going to be this thumbnail. The thumbnail. Toaster, thank you for the save. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then it will be duplicating the arm to the opposite side and dropping the sleeve cuff layers on the lower arm deformers so that those behave appropriately. I think it's also the coloring. The red gives a fox even though the ears being big or small. Yeah, that is true. Especially with the slightly dark, well, not slightly, especially with the dark tips, it does read very foxian, very foxish. Vulpine. All of those terms are appropriate and correct. Like, admittedly, the choker centerpiece reads more wolf than fox, which is helpful. But yeah, slowly but certainly we're getting there. Look at that madness earlier. Okay, create wolf deformer. Just create it. 5, 5, 5. Let's see how we can salvage this. That needs to be 1 by 1. Get this as square as I can get it. Because nested deformers behave really, really weirdly sometimes. The choker is wolf. The choker is very wolf. But it was amusing to see Burb extraterrestrial trying to figure out scientific names of mammals, and specifically the dog wolf family. Yeah, canids in general are prone to having an interesting collection of names, because it's not only dogs and wolves and foxes, but it's also, more archaically, jackals, the weasel subfamily, if I'm not mistaken, which includes wolverines and what's the word? I forget. Ugh, I forget, and it disturbs me deeply. Shiny? Yay! We like a shiny. Okay, let's just get on with it. Modeling. Edit form. Revert to original. Let's see where you're going to jump off to. All the way over yonder. Wow. You really did get thoroughly warped. Huh. Okay. I'm going to stretch you a little bit, because otherwise you're going to look stumpy in relation to all of the others. Grab you and pull you down a bit, like that. Okay. Copy. Paste. Weasels also? Yeah, I'm pretty sure weasels, raccoon dogs, that's the one I was looking for. Weasels and raccoon dogs, if I'm not mistaken, are also, part of the canid family. Yeah, badgers, I believe, are also actually part of the weasel family. Jackals used to be considered as part of the more wolf-ish side of things, but have fairly recently, I think it was something along the line of between 2014 and 2016, they got reallocated scientifically to a new classification, which puts them archaic and separate from the Canis group. You seriously managed to get that very satisfying shine that fingernails with fresh polish gradient with the sparkly gets? I want to touch and move my finger on top of it. I am glad. Like, not... few things are as satisfying as a nice shiny, right? And I am very satisfied that those shinies worked out. Like, it's a slightly metallic shiny. A shiny what though? Yeah, context dependent. It could be shiny metal, it could be shiny nails, it could be shiny Pokemon. A shiny is satisfying. She says, having never played a Pokemon game in her life, but shh. Shiny is satisfying, yes. The only reason I know that shiny Pokemon is a satisfying thing is because I have existed on the internet with people who have played. Raccoon dogs, yeah, I think they're a sub-branching of their own because they're endemic mostly to Japan, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Japan and North Eurasia. Japan and North Eurasia. So, Japan through Russia into Eastern Europe. In that northern belt. As far as I'm aware. Although don't take my word for it, it has been some years since I last read up on raccoon dogs. That is not what I wanted to do. Thank you. That was a scary recovery. Let me just hide that for a moment so that I can get in here. The shiny that you got here that I'm very pleased with is the fact that you managed to get that specific line that shines brighter than the surrounding area, like you took an actual photo. Yay! Yes. When I was first learning to draw metallic materials, that was one of the first things I picked up, is getting that reflective line on that point nearest or peak elevation point. And that's habitually stuck. So here, this needs to be at its narrowest. Slightly less narrow. Also about the canine thing, it's how you've got these fox dog things that are very, very long-legged, and I forgot their name in English, and are technically not even foxes or wolves. That would be the jackals. That would be jackals. Mostly found in Africa these days. Mostly. Distinctly different from coyotes in the Americas. I like jackals. I've always had a soft spot for them. There's currently supposedly a debate going on whether jackals are the template off of which Anubis is based, or if it is actually the Ethiopian wolf. One of the two. It's currently a matter of debate, to my knowledge. Because it's either the Ethiopian wolf or the golden jackal, if I recall correctly. Taste. Taste, taste, taste. There is not enough cake for these tests! Yes, I know that I've currently got a piece of the tacet skirt missing, but that's fine. I want to be able to see how things are behaving. And they are behaving like how I want them to behave. Main door? That's the name. Ah! Show you again. Okay, now I can take everything in here. Select child objects. All of them. Nope. From here to here. Copy. Collapse. Paste. Modeling. Edit form. Flip. Body X. Okay. Y. Undo. Because you put yourself in the wrong place. And not where I wanted you. You silly thing. Edit form. Flip. Body X. Okay. I was not aware that it was a discussion that was currently being talked about. Cake. It was that was a Portal reference. That was a Portal reference. The string are moving. Yes. Okay, now why are you behaving like you do not exist? Oh, that's why. You're in an invisible folder. Cool. You're reinforcing my want for brownies. Oh no. Oh no, you said a thing now. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Select child objects, okay. Now I need to find where did the rest go. Over there. Let's just drop all of the deformers in here so that I can think. Because I now know exactly where everything is and why it's completely bananas. Oh boy. Collapse body deformers. I do not need to see that. Collapse that. Collapse that. me just collapse everything in here so that I have a sense of sanity, because I can feel mine slipping away by the minute. Minshira, do you maybe want to try and refresh your connection, refresh your page, because it seems like there's quite a significant delay on your end. Maybe hibernation break? You said you didn't set your timer again. Let me see. Yeah, it is in fact around about time for that. It's also around about time I end stream as well. Just about. These two are now irrelevant. So those two go away. Bye-bye. The Sentinel stream is always a welcome sight. Yay! But yes, it is indeed time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Courtesy Moonshiro. There we go. Okay. So now I just need to find where these are sorted. And put these in the same relative place. Yeah, over there. All the way down there. Okay, let's see how this works. I know the delay is there because I'm using speech to writing thing and it's stopping the stream to listen to me talk, and then the more I do it, the more the delay gets. Okay, so you're using the speech to text. Okay. So we're mostly there. Now what I need to do is I need to just put, I need to take all of the parts on this arm and flip their physics. Alright. Reflect. Reflect. Okay. Let's see how that behaves. I'm gonna undo that. Oh right, and I don't have this X on the upper arm yet. That's half of why it's looking weird. That's half of why it's looking weird. Grab these two and go is X, create, actually, I want to undo and undo again. Copy those. Paste. Put those two over there. Put them in a temporary warp deformer. Edit form, flip. Okay. No. Want that there. I want that there. I want want that nested in that one. I want to pull this all the way out. Modeling, edit form, flip, horizontal. There we go. Drag that into there. Drag that into there. Begone with you. Drag those in there. There's X. Reflect. There's Y. Good. Y. Good. X. Good. Y. Y good. Oh no. Wait, what's an actual maximum angle here? Okay. I might need to go select child objects, delete. Let's go back here. Rest Y. I want that Y bounce to carry further. For a bit more of that classic feminine physics. Like that. Okay. Rest X. I don't want this to go further than that. There we go. So X is subtle. Y, less so. Okay, so now we go select child objects, copy, paste, delete because I made a mistake, select child objects, grab the bottom one, grab wrist Y, copy, collapse, paste, Edit form, flip, body X, okay. I knew it was going to do that. Undo. I knew it was going to do that, and yet I still held on to hope. Modeling, edit form, flip. Okay. Drag it back into there. Wrist Y, functional. Wrist X, reflect. There we go. Now I know we're still seeing a line here, but we'll get there. And we've also got this hand rotating in the wrong direction. We'll get there. So now we grab all of those, reflect, okay, now where are we? Child objects. It's not what I wanted to do. Select child objects. Drop those in there. Like that. Okay. That gets emptied. Yes. Because that's the old ones that are wrong. Now, the formers go in this. So that I can think. That one goes away. Okay. Right. So now I should be able to compare where in the hierarchy the arm actually goes in. So arm down, fill needs to go above pinky inks. And there we go. That should solve that line issue, yes. Okay. That's that. Test. Oh. I need to come back to these two because there's also an x-axis alteration to the line art layers for the pinky and the middle finger. So in here we go to middle inks and pinky inks, and we go reflect. And now, if we're lucky, it behaves. Now what I want to do... Harrier talk rigor math, I clap and nod. Oh. We work our way through the problem solving. I'm thinking that I want to move the finger movement from the x-axis to the y-axis. So instead of it being reliant on the body moving side to side, I want it to be dependent on the up and down. So I'm going to go here, and one, two, three. Okay. And then when I come to arm first X, I'm going to take those and go delete, delete, delete. I got you up to have a laugh. That's good. Yes, I appreciate. Okay. So now I just need to invert those finger physics. Select everything. Yeah. Let's go. That works. Okay, that's not it. Let's just check again because now I'm confuzzled. I definitely feel like let me check over here. I'm just trying to figure out. The fingers are behaving strangely on this output, and I'm just trying to figure out if it's they're not behaving the way that I'd expect them to. So basically, what I would expect and I don't know if I'm just being delulu now, because I do not know how to articulate what I'm looking for. But it's basically, it looks like on the bounce, maybe it should be at an angle rather than position. Yeah, now it's behaving like how I'd expect it to behave. Weird how just changing one parameter fixes a whole bunch. Okay, I have no idea how to articulate what was broken and how that got fixed, but it did the thing. I am not going to complain. I am not going to question it. I'm going to copy that, paste it. You did the thing! Yeah! I have no idea how, but I'm not going to complain. Don't think too hard. Woohoo! Okay. So now we've got these two. This is that one, which is starboard, and that one. Goes in there. And those two are then going to come back to all the way over here. I'm just going to collapse that, collapse that. And you and you then get dropped. Magically put cups? Yes. In there. Okay. So now those should follow the arms as they do the thing. Yay, they follow the arms as they do the thing. Woohoo! Okay. So now, theoretically, if I show the rest of these bits, these should be on 475. Wait, what's this back piece on? 60. Fine, minus 10 there. Okay. This is port, so port and port. If I put these, this is starboard. Port, port, port. Grab these and put them in here. And I grab these and I put them in here, theoretically. If I come over here, and if I am incredibly lucky. Okay, I'm not incredibly lucky, but I'm at least mostly lucky. We've almost got these functional. So, I will need to figure out exactly why these are acting all floaty, but that is not a problem for today. That is not a problem for this very day. The main thing that we have achieved is we've actually got arms now. Good job! Thank you! Thank you! Like, that is a significant step forward. So tomorrow, I'm gonna see if I can figure out, or tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can get the rest of the boots rigged in the morning session, which is off stream. And then in tomorrow evening session, we are going to look at drawing art layers for the belts and everything that are required for the scabbard and cutlass, and the remaining gems and pouches and all of those little accessories around the waistline. So we're going to see how much of that we can get drawn tomorrow evening in the stream session. And then I need to template out the stance for the cutlass so that I can draw the appropriate hand and arm art pieces for that. But we are so much closer to the finish line now. I feel amazingly better about the state of the universe now that the lower arm idle position is in place. So I still need to obviously fix the way that the shoulders and the collar interact with or the blouse shoulders and the collar interact with the shoulders themselves, so that when the arms get raised, etc., that it doesn't do weird clipping issue madnesses. But yeah, I am really happy. We've gotten so much further down the line, and things are starting to look a lot close to completion. Like, it's now just a couple of accessories that still need to be added as far as art meshes go. So it's the cutlass and all of the things that I just mentioned, and then one more necklace, which is a compass, which I've gotten mostly drawn. I just want to check one or two things before I say, okay, it's ready to be pulled in. And then that one is going to be interesting to rig because it's going to have wiggle physics on the compass needle. And then it's going to have perspective madness with glue to get the three-dimensionality feeling on that compass with a bit of gloss. It's going to be wild and fun to put that together. But yeah, so the cutlass pose is going to be the next huge job, and it is going to be the thing that is a pivoting factor off of which the rest of the sleeve rig is going to depend. So we'll see what happens with that. But I am definitely feeling much better about the state of the universe now that the lower arms are in place. Like, significantly better about the state of the universe. If I am desperately lucky, I will have this thing finished this week, which would be really nice. If I can get that right. Obviously, final tests in VTube Studio and toggle setups aside. But yeah, we are thoroughly getting there. So I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy bird. And obviously animation still, but well, what's the time? That's already an hour later than what I should be. So I am gonna hit the save button and end stream here for today. Thank you guys so much for joining me in the madness of nails mostly. It was a battle well fought, victory achieved, and I hope that you guys had some fun while we were here. The trivia talk was fun. Trivia talk was fun. We should do some research on more trivia stuff that we can talk about, because trivia is always fun to throw around. Gotta get ready for quiz nights, right? problem with quiz nights is that they're usually so regionalized that there's sometimes information that is niche. Very, very niche. Don't ask me stuff about modern music. Now go get something tasty. I am going to have a mug of milk for supper, and then I'm going to sleep. Yeah, a mug of milk is my usual supper at this time of day because it's 4 in the morning. My time zone. Yeah, I should have been in bed by now. Like, eesh, whoops. Okay, good night for reals now. Cheery bye. Rest well when you get to it. I will see you tomorrow, same time, 1930 hours UTC now going forward, because I needed that extra half hour. Get a cookie also. I wish there aren't cookies in the house though, which is sad. There aren't cookies in the house. Have a good night. Thank you. Rest well when you get to it. Cheery bye, everyone. Night night.